All right. Now we can actually trade. Instead of playing around with the freaking streaming shit. So we don't really have any new movers. It's kind of a bummer. We haven't really seen any good small cap pre-market runners in a while, it feels like. You know, there's these ones that jump up like 50%, but most of the time these are just like share rebuybacks, and they're just so hard to get on top of. I mean, it's almost like by design they buy back until they see volume of traders come in, and then they start to sell off on their buyback, and it's not worth it, you know, unless you have like a good broker you can short on, which TOS is not really good for that. I mean, they're decent. They're going to be better than like Robinhood, but honestly, I think Webull is probably the better option if you want to trade these small caps. It seems like actually a lot of small caps are shortable on Webull, a lot more than you'd think. And then there's even better brokers than Webull too. You kind of got to do a little bit of research. Is there any way to capture audio output? It would be really nice. Oh, you know what? Is that it? No. Settings audio. Oh. Okay. guess the good news is this is an unusually boring pre-market, so I have plenty of time to get my stream set up. Check, check. Check. Okay. Dude, the squawk is quiet today, too. This is nuts. This is a weirdly quiet day. I definitely have the squawk on. What is going on? There's like zero news coming in from Benzinga. Not a lot of small cap movers. It's a chill day, I guess. So, I mean, the game plan. Obviously, I'm being really picky about my setups for small cap movers. I don't really want to get stuck in, I don't know, mediocre setups. I'm really looking for the best setups for any small caps I want to get into. And the best setups are actionable news and, actual price movement. So I want to see small caps that have actually been awarded patents or having some kind of FDA approval, some kind of meaningful catalyst. That way, if I get stuck in it, at least a few days later, I can unload it and, small caps with good catalyst are likely to run. And then I also want to find an entry for that MU position. There's also a couple other earnings plays I'm looking at. Let's actually get into that. That way, there's a reason to actually watch me stream. We can talk about earnings plays. You can get a preview before I actually release the YouTube video. If you want to know what earnings are going on for the week, I recommend you just follow Earnings Whispers Twitter account. They do nice little summaries. Benzinga also has a nice way to track earnings. I'll show you in a second. I prefer Benzinga for knowing what's going on about a month out. In my monthly watch list, you'll notice a lot of companies that I watch for a particular month at a time. There aren't many, but they tend to be big companies that perform well and have earnings that month. I just find that those are safe places to park your money. When you don't really have a great play, you can just kind of sell put credit spreads and, companies tend to do strong. Micron Technologies is this week. That's probably one of my favorites to trade. McCormick, I'm also going to be looking at. These other ones, I mean, Bed Bath and Beyond, that's kind of a difficult one. PepsiCo is a good one. Bed Bath and Beyond is difficult because retail's been performing pretty strangely lately, and they also had another earnings post coronavirus where they kind of surprised everybody, and I'm not particularly confident they're going to be able to surprise investors a good way a second time. However, I'm not very confident that they're, going to be a huge disappointment either. So I'm going to have to look at that one really closely, and I'm not sure I'm going to get involved in that one. PepsiCo, yeah, definitely. I want to get involved in that one. I want to get some money in that one. And then McCormick, I've actually got to work on a DD for that today. Actually, let's just go ahead and start looking at that. Why not? I'm sure a Squawk will let us know if there's any actionable news. Although, he's been weirdly quiet. Why isn't my Squawk talking to me? Connected. Yeah, it's working. Audio's cranked up. Looks like there's news coming in. I don't know. Charlie at Benzing is taking a piss break, I guess. Alright, let's get back to looking at McCormick. I don't even know what the ticker for McCormick is. McCormick. MKC? Yeah, I think that's it. Okay, so quick profile. Spices, seasoning mixes, condiments, and flavorful products in the food industry. So with restaurant closures, it's possible we'll see a slowdown in that. But McCormick, I think, is primarily, what's the word for it? Like, they don't supply businesses. I think they supply consumers much more. I know just from living in Las Vegas, and I used to work in the restaurant industry almost a decade ago, a lot of restaurants use companies other than McCormick for their supplies, like Gordon Food Services. So I don't know how affected by the shutdown McCormick would be. Let's get into their financials. Sorry, I'm still plowing down tea. I don't drink coffee, so it takes me like 5 cups of black tea before I get going. Dude, Discord has been quiet. Am I the only one up? I'm the only one committed to day trading at 4 a.m.
AbbVie, ticker ABBV, company out with a press release announcing it received orphan drug and fast track designations for its spinal cord injury treatment. That's elezonib.
All right.
Ticker ABBV.
ABVE? Is that AbbVie? Did you guys hear that squawk? We're gonna swap over to, I think we're looking at AbbVie, ABVE. Shit, what was the ticker he said on that one? That was actually actionable news, but I missed the ticker, so that sucks. ABV. What the hell did he say? All right, we'll get the next one. Yeah, I don't even see what he was talking about in my feed either. Bummer. So what he was talking about was they received an orphan drug authorization. What that means is that some small cap company or something like that was developing a drug and it got orphaned. Oh, ABBV. There we go. So what they're talking about is some small cap was developing a drug and they didn't have the money to develop it entirely. Oh wow, and you can see it's moving
Hologic ticker
pre-market too.
Hotel
Let's
Oscar
switch over to
Lima
TOS.
X-ray
So
company
this is
announcing it was granted FDA
ABBV.
emergency use authorization for its asymptomatic COVID-19 testing with Panther Fusion SARS-CoV-2 Asai. That's ticker HOLX.
Okay, sorry.
Shares of Hologic indicated up about 40 cents here. Low volume on ticker HOLX.
God, the Squawk wasn't saying anything for the longest time. Now he won't shut up. Okay, so ABBV was just granted an orphan drug authorization, which means the FDA is basically giving it to them. And because they're the only company trying to treat this particular problem, they they're given kind of like a fast track for development. So that's kind of a big deal.
Sandy, India, Massimo.
AbbVie is already a gigantic pharmaceutical company, though. So I don't expect them to move too much. But on that news, they did move from 86.15 to now at 87.34. So, if you are bullish on AbbVie anyway, which I am, it's might be a good time to pick them up as a long-term investment. I'm not sure I want to go for that as a day trade. But I could add them to my portfolio. Another strategy here is when the market opens is that I could sell puts against and start a wheel on AbbVie. If you're not familiar with what a wheel is, I should do a video on that. You're basically just selling puts till you get assigned, and then once you're assigned, you just sell calls, and it's just something to do with stock as that you're holding as a long-term investment. It's just a way to be more active in generating income from your long-term investments. All right, so we're taking a pass on AbbVie. I am anyway. I just don't want to commit to that. I only have 25K in this account. To take a meaningful position in AbbVie would probably take up about at least $4,000 in buying power on this account, and I just don't want to do that right now. Once I get this account closer to like 100,000, that's a more sensible position to take. But if I'm gonna buy a company's shares as a long-term part of a portfolio, I want to hold at least 100 shares so I can sell calls against. And 100 shares would be, like $8,600. Just too much of a 25K account. So we're back to Benzinga, just waiting for any news. Oh yeah, we're gonna check out earnings for this month of all the companies on my watch list. Except not this month, next month. It's the end of September. So for all those curious about how I come up with these great ideas for my watch list videos. Yeah, I don't know if you watched my last watch list video, but I have pretty notable excitement about doing those. No. We want from the 28th to October 30th. And what do we got? We got Exxon. Ooh, we got Baba. Baba's a good one. FireEye's a good one. We got Apple. Oh my god, next month's gonna be hype. Lockheed Martin, that's a good one.
Perfect. One ticker for the session. Last trade that was
AMD.
675. This was a momentum play last week. Shares a little higher here this morning, but pulling back sharply from a high at the open of pre-market session at 1055. That's ticker Uniform Oscar November Echo.
Amazon's next month too, dude. There's so many big earnings next month. All right, so the problem, or not the problem, the plan when I have liquidity unused. CRISPR, what? Okay, so I don't know. If you guys are all in the Discord, you've probably heard me talk about CRISPR before. CRISPR is like a potentially world-changing pharmaceutical company. They basically invented this way to like use a virus to edit genes and like live cells, right? So, I mean, the idea is in the future, genetic diseases can actually be cured using this CRISPR therapy. It's in its very, very early stages, but I'm telling you, if this company gets like picked up like a meme like Tesla did, it's gonna be huge. And I mean, even if it doesn't get memed, like this company just has so much potential in the future. I think they're on like a 5-year solid uptrend too. So, it's not like this ever a terrible entry point for this company. But that's a long term portfolio one, not a trade. I doubt they're going to perform well on earnings because they are an early stage development pharmaceutical company. Dude, Shopify also this month. All right, so we got a lot of companies that tend to be bullish pre-earnings. Netflix, we don't really know how they're going to perform in earnings. Their last earnings was a huge disappointment. But what I plan to do, Microsoft too. Okay, so Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, probably FireEye and Lockheed Martin. I will be selling put credit spreads on anytime I have extra liquidity around and don't know where to put it. Maybe not even put credit spreads. I might just sell naked puts because when you get assigned on those companies, it's really not a big deal. They're going to turn around eventually.
Platinum Group Metals, its ticker Papa Lima Golf shares moving higher over the last few minutes here. Stock's now up 11%. This is a platinum and palladium mining property stock. Not seeing news on it. This might be seeing some momentum following interest in lithium plays this morning. And again, that ticker is Papa Lima Golf.
Okay, so
Platinum Group Metals.
PLG is moving. There isn't a lot of news around it. There's a theory that it might have something to do with Battery Day. People are just getting involved in companies that produce lithium. Obviously, if Battery Day is successful, Battery Day, by the way, is something to do with Tesla releasing information about its new batteries and its new Gigafactory. If Batteries Day is successful, we might all be converting to electric cars pretty soon, which means that we're going to have a huge demand for lithium. Ergo, people are getting more interested in lithium companies. PLG, I do not like their long-term graph on. Let me switch over to TOS. So this is my default small cap trading kind of setup. I have where I'm looking at the week window and then the 1 minute. And the 1 minute, because I'm really just trying to like intraday trade these. I really want to know what's going on minute by minute. But I look at the week too, just to see what's been happening with the stock over its lifespan. And you can see, I mean, when this company first was publicly offered, there was a ton of hype. It was at 582, and then right after it was at 83 cents. So you can see this company has struggled finding any permanent meaningful
economic
increase in
data, so I'm not
valuation.
seeing any major economic data releases scheduled for today.
And I doubt today is the
However,
day
at
with no
10:50
news.
a.m.,
This is
the
moving
Dallas
on
Fed
no news. This
Manufacturing
could easily just be a
Index
share
for the month
buyback.
of September will be released.
Now, if you have like a 100K account
Also at
and
10 a.m. Eastern Time,
you're
the
less
Fed
worried
President
about
Richard
messing up
Nesser will be making comments.
a couple intraday trades than I am, like I said, this is only like a 25K account right now. If I mess up a couple day trades, then I'm going to be under 25K, and this account has already gotten a PDT flag, so that'll be it. Won't be able to day trade anymore. I don't want that, but if you have a 100K account, PLG might have an entry right now. I would expect this to run a little bit more. If I really wanted to get in the nuance of it, I could do a volume forecast for you. Seeing as I don't tend to trade this one, though, I'm not going to do that unless somebody wants to see a volume forecast. All right, back to Benzinga. Dude, okay, so you remember how we were talking about these Oxbridge holdings just a second ago? And it's like I couldn't figure out why it was going up. The news is basically like financial companies are trading lower, yet Oxbridge holdings is like it was up 118%. Yeah, I gave up like 50% of those gains just now. That would have been a great short entry. That was such bullshit. That was clearly like a insider buy, or like they triggered a stock buyback or something like that. And I mean, that short entry isn't even dead yet. This has no news whatsoever. This is definitely on its way back to, like, I would guess like $1.50. Let's. I'm not gonna trade it, but let's look at it in TOS. OXBR. Yeah, so you can see this is a pretty similar story to the stock we were looking at just a second ago, where initially it was IPO'd. It was about 422, and it's just been on its way down ever since. Prior to this pre-market run up, it was at like $1.07. But you can see it has days like this, it has this insane green candle where for one day it was up to 383. So this company likes to gap and crap on pretty much no news.
CBAC Energy Technology, its ticker Charlie Bravo Alpha Tango, shares trading down about 17% here this morning. This company is a China-based manufacturer and seller of lithium batteries in mainland China. Shares were up 82% to close Friday's session, and traders taking
Alright, so
profit
if you
here
can hear
this
my
morning.
squawk, apparently
Today,
there are
some
other
interest
lithium
in
companies
other
moving right
names.
now, so that's what's
Ticker
going on.
Charlie Bravo Alpha Tango.
Some funds were impressed by what Tesla has to say about their new batteries. Obviously, EVs are hype right now. Just because something's hype doesn't make it a bad investment, but that's what's going on. People are positioning themselves with long positions on lithium suppliers. Some fund, some hedge was impressed. So that might be a good intraday trade for this account if I can find a good lithium supplier that's moving. I will let you know if I take one. Discord's waking up. I have friends. Dude, SPY is moving pre-market. That's kind of nuts. I just looked at my main trading window over here on the desktop. SPY is up from 329 to 333. Holy shit. Today is looking bullish. In fact, if you look at the day chart on SPY, it looks like we might be in for a decent bull run here. We're kind of approaching the 200 MA. Right on the point of control in the volume profile. So, I mean, the risk to reward there, if you're looking to trade SPY, is pretty great for a long position or a bullish entry, which I might do. I can't believe how few people are actually awake on the OU Discord right now. It's like just me. All right. So we were looking at McCormick's earnings before all this. So it looks like they tend to beat consensus EPS estimates, which is good. Annual revenue and earnings are growing. Wow, McCormick's actually looking surprisingly strong. Swap over to TOS and look at the typical earnings moves for MKC. Dude, MKC looks like it's pretty bullish around earnings. Aside from a couple gaps down, which does make it a little bit dangerous for a spread. You know, when you see companies that frequently rise but sometimes gap down, the risk to reward on a spread makes a lot less sense. You know, because your max gain might be a third or a fourth of your max loss. So there's a way to do that calculation. I just have it on a spreadsheet. I'll show you at some point. You just always want to make sure your risk to reward on any trade makes sense. Otherwise, you're just gambling. And what that means is just having positive expected value in the long run. You can't win every one, but you know, if you recognize similar setups and you understand your risk to reward, you're just making sure that over the long run in that particular situation, what you're doing is profitable. And with McCormick, my intuition is telling me that calls are going to make more sense. Just because the The max gain on a long call, is obviously infinite, while as the max loss is just the premium you put in. So let's see what the analysts have to say about McCormick. Back to the browser. All right, so Yahoo Finance is saying overvalued. Let's check out the FinViz. Insiders are selling off, which is a bit of a concern. It looks like it's way over the bank's valuation of it, which is concerning. It's at like 197, and a lot of banks are rating it between like 150 to like 170. What else do we need to look at? I want to go over to Benzinga and look at their typical, not movement, but how they typically perform based on their projected earnings for the last couple of years. Not earnings, revenue. Sorry, it's 5:30 in the morning over here. I've been up since 4. Dude, my laptop is struggling. Ooh. So it looks like a lot of the times with MKC, we have positive surprise on EPS and negative surprise on revenue. That makes the play for McCormick very confusing. And this is going back all the way to 2012. It seems like that always happens to them. Sometimes they have negative surprise on EPS, but most of the time it's positive surprise. And like significant positive surprises too. Like I see up to like 33% positive surprise, but just like, you know, it's almost like a coin flip on their revenue estimates. A lot of the times it's negative surprise, a lot of the times it's positive surprise. And doesn't look like there's any dramatic negative revenue surprise or positive revenue surprise. So, if anybody has a good idea how to play that, let me know. That might be one where you're better off playing the pre-earnings run up than the actual earnings. All right, what was our next step on McCormick? Should probably look up put call ratios. And I should probably be taking screenshots of this so I can make the video easier on myself later when I do a video for YouTube. Oh shit, no, go back to Benzinga. No, I need Benzinga. All right.
From GE Aviation announcing that its GE9X engine has been certified by the FAA.
Oh, GE just got an engine certified by the FAA. That might be big news.
Twin-engine Boeing 777X family. Its ticker GE.
Yeah, GE's moving, and GE's not a bad play. They're at like a 52-week low right now. Might take a small entry on that. In fact, I think I am going to move on that one. That's big news for GE, especially since Boeing is giving up so much market share right now. All right, so I'm going for a small position. Like I said, this is only a 25K count, so we're going for we're going for 100 shares, which is like $625. That way, if we get stuck with it, we can just sell calls against it, lower our dollar cost average. Buy. Come on. There we go. So we're in on GE on that one. We'll see how that goes. I'm just going to let that run till market open. And we're going to see. I'm going to put in a stop at market open. And I just hope we get some strong directional movement on GE. GE's been beat up for a long time. And it's really not a terrible company. It's not the best company, but it's not a terrible company. God, was I even streaming TOS for that? No, I wasn't. I'm an idiot. There we go. All right, there's the chart on GE. So you can see the 1 minute, we have got some solid movement on that news about 15 minutes ago. We got it just a little bit late, which is a problem, but we have Benzinga, not a Bloomberg terminal. You can see the weekly chart on GE is not particularly strong. But that's pretty big news for them that they had an engine approved by the FAA. All right, back to our research on McCormick. So McCormick has a pretty good rating by earnings analysts. They are likely to run up prior to earnings. Like I said, I really don't want to do a spread on McCormick, though. I think call is more than likely the move there. But you'll just have to wait for the YouTube video to find out for sure.
Funware ticker PHUN shares moving higher here on light volume. This is a penny stock. Cisco announcing it added Funware's smart workplace mobile solution for employers to its Meraki marketplace. That's ticker Papa Hotel Uniform November.
Funware's moving. On some kind of news. The news catalyst doesn't really sound significant to me. Funware is a penny stock for all you penny stock lovers. The risk there is just way too high on this account, though. I can't go for it. It's got a news catalyst, though. I mean, there's good reason to expect it'll move up to at least market
Here on
open.
Therapeutics, Hotel Romeo Tango X-Ray Company receives European Commission authorization for its post-operative pain treatment. It's called Zenrelief. That's ticker HRTX.
HRTX just got European approval for one of its pain medications. This is a small cap company, pharmaceutical company. Looks like it's been on its way down for almost its entire lifespan since its public offering. So if you wanted to play that catalyst until market open, that could work, but I would sell it at market open. Again, too high risk for the 25K account. Plus the 25K now, which was originally the 10K account. I've already got $600 and about $20 on GE, and I think that's all I want to do pre-market. Trying to play this one conservative. Dude, I really need to do hotkeys for my different like stream windows. I forget to change so much. Okay, so McCormick looking pretty strong here for calls, not spreads. Let's check out what our PC ratio is. How dare you ask me to subscribe, Alpha Cube Query? I'm not gonna do that. Let me just magically come up with a PC here. So the put call ratio right now is 0.06. Holy shit. That might be maybe there's just super low options volume on that, but that might be the most bullish put to call ratio I've ever seen. 0.06. That means for like every put outstanding, there's like more than 10 calls. There's like 12 calls for every put. That's insane. See if there's any significant news catalyst on MKC. Not really. They changed beneficial ownership. That's not really significant news. Do 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 do. PLL up 215%. What the hell is PLL and why are they up 215%? It looks like Oxbridge, the one we were talking about earlier, is finding a little bit of support. Still, Oxbridge sounds more like a short to me than a long. If you're looking for intraday trade ideas, pre-market trade ideas, I'm not sure which brokers Oxbridge is going to be shortable on, but the ticker for that is OXBR. Oh, dude, PLL, another lithium company. That's where it's at this morning. Lithium companies are moving. You know, I wish I followed any lithium companies on a regular basis. That was really stupid of me to not really put those together. Like, I should have known. You know, I'm so like tilted on Tesla and EVs. Like, the biggest losing trade I ever had was probably on Tesla. So I like literally only trade Tesla shares now. I don't do options. And I've kind of like blocked out any news on Tesla, which I shouldn't be doing because the lithium play was kind of obvious in hindsight. So PLL is moving. That's probably going to continue moving too. Everybody put PLL on your watch list.
50 minutes left in today's pre-market session. S&P 500 futures up 1.4%, 34 and a half. Last trade in S&P.
Yeah, and honestly, the risk to reward there, if you want to do PLL, is pretty good. I mean, we saw the way Nikola ran. You know, and just any of the hype around EVs, like they can really move penny stocks. Not penny stocks, really. PLL isn't a penny stock. It's a small cap, though. And it would not surprise me if PLL kept running all day. Risk to reward is there, but make sure you're disciplined about your stop losses. You don't want to really get stuck with this company. You know, it has seen a $4 share price before. It's at $11 right now. Highest it's been in 3 years is 14. So you are buying it near a high, but it could run. There's a strong chance of it running. I mean, just let's swap over to TOS and just like look at the volume on this over just this week. This has seen so much new volume. It's insane. You go back, and then even during the IPO, it just dwarfs any previous volume. So there's a ton of new buyers picking up PLL right now. I'm not really sure I want to get involved in this yet, but I might. I want to see what happens I'm going to add PLL to my watch list, and I'm going to see what happens on market open. FedEx, we're not watching that anymore. General Mills, I'm not watching that. ACB, I don't even remember what that was. AutoZone, not watching that. Nike, fuck you, Nike. You know what you did to me. Hertz, I don't really want to watch Hertz. PLL and GE. Wait, holy shit. PLL went from $11 to $35 in the pre-market? Wow. Okay, so I want to see if I can find some industry peers for PLL. I'm going to look up if I can find some like lithium mining companies. Oh my god. Wait. PLL signed a 5-year supply deal with Tesla to supply high purity lithium ore. Hype train for PLL has started. I might pick up a few shares. That's tempting. I don't want to expose my account to too much risk, but I mean, anything in orbit of Tesla, there's just so much hype around. God, that news came out like 10 minutes ago, too. Okay, LAC, nothing, lithium supply group. And LIT, LAC, LIT, we're watching lithium. PLL looks like it's giving up a little bit of ground right now, which is good. If I pick up shares of that, I want a little bit better of an entry. Okay, so the game plan has changed slightly. I'm gonna hold out this GE, ride this out, see where it ends up. I'm already positioned for MU. I'm also going to be looking for a good place to start opening put credit spreads on Apple, Microsoft, and Amazon. Just as a place to store value, because I see like 3 plays this week I'm excited about, which my position size on this account is about, I can position myself with about $3,500 max losses. So that's only going to lock up maybe about $10,000 or $11,000 in buying power, which means I'm going to have like an additional like $14,000 in buying power on this account unused. And I don't like to let my buying power do absolutely nothing. You know, even if I'm real scared, I still want to park that buying power in like shares or something like that. Oh, should we start looking at Pepsi? Why not? We can take a cursory look at Pepsi. Pepsi's one of those companies I don't really expect a lot of surprises out of. Their previous earnings performance is probably going to look a lot like their future earnings performance, just because it's such a well established company. Odd. A lot of analysts say it's overvalued. I'm going to guess that they almost never miss their earnings. That is correct. And they're expecting some slight growth in EPS. Problem is, with a company that always beats their earnings, traders start to expect that they'll always beat their earnings. So then you'll get an earnings that beats, and then it'll just sell off because people feel like it didn't beat enough. Year-over-year revenue growth has gone almost nowhere.
A few highlights from sell-side coverage here this morning. Morgan Stanley upgrading shares of Plug Power, ticker PLUG, to overweight, setting a $14 price target. Shares of Plug Power trading up about 7%, around $12.50 here this morning. Also, KeyBank upgrading UPS to overweight, setting a $190 price target. Shares of UPS up about 2% this morning. And then Mettler Toledo, ticker Mike Tango Delta, JP Morgan downgrading Mettler Toledo to an underweight rating and setting an $880 price target. Shares of Mettler Toledo quiet here this morning. Last indication around 975, ticker MTD.
Okay, sorry, I was listening to my squawk. Yeah, okay, so year over year revenue growth is kind of going nowhere. It looks like it's growing slightly. They actually had less earnings in 2019 than they did in 2018, but pretty similar revenue, which is interesting. So it sounds like they're spending a lot of money. I'm not sure on what. We can go over the balance sheet and check that out. Quarterly revenue just gave up a lot of ground in the first quarter of 2020. Second quarter of 2020, they got it back. Not really sure how much of that is seasonal. We can go back farther and check out whether or not that's just because their revenue is kind of seasonal or if they're just not performing as well. You know, I could believe that PepsiCo is not performing as well.
SRPT company out with two press releases here over just the last few minutes, few seconds, excuse me, announcing SRP 9003 for the treatment of limb-girdle muscular dystrophy showed sustained functional improvements 18 months after administration. Another press release on SRP 9001.
SRP just had some interesting news.
Microdystrophin gene therapy treatment for Duchenne muscular dystrophy showing results after 2 years of treatment. A couple press releases out here from Sarepta. SRPT shares are moving higher, indicated at 148.21.
SRP is releasing some good news on some therapy they're developing. Shares are moving higher. That's kind of a high risk one. I think I'm going to take a pass, but a possible play you could do. You know, that is if your TOS doesn't freeze. That might be a good pre-market buy, sell at market open, seeing as I'm not sure what the market for a therapy like that is. Alright, that's apparently just never going to load. Yeah, so another reason why I'm going to take a pass on SRP. But if you like biopharma catalyst plays, check it out. Alright, so financials on PepsiCo actually look kind of mediocre. Let's look at past earnings moves on Thinkorswim.
CBAC Energy, ticker CBAT, company out with a press release announcing successful development of a large-size cylindrical tabless battery with 25% boost in energy density and
Whoa, whoa,
20%
whoa, whoa, whoa.
cost saving. That's ticker Charlie Bravo Alpha Tango. The stock was already moving earlier today. It was down, now spiking over the $3 level. Shares of
CBAT's got some
ticker
battery news.
CBAT.
CBAT.
Now trading up about 36%, 333 last trade.
Sounded like they just got a patent. That would be huge news. Let me double check this. CBAT successfully developed a large cylindrical tabless battery with 25 boost in energy density and 20% cost saving. That's big. Okay, so that's good reason for me to look into CBAT here. CBAT could run. That's huge news. And you know what? The share price is low. This is tough for me though, because between GE and them, I'll have about $1,000 in liquidity locked up in 2 intraday trades. But CBAT does sound kind of strong here. CBAT. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna have to go for that one. That really does. It almost feels like my hands are tied. This is small cap with a great catalyst. And you know what? I could get burned on it, but I'm only dumping like $300 in buying power into this. You know, you can do a lot of stupid trades as long as you size your positions carefully. This one, I don't really like my entry on all that much, but it's got news. It's a small cap. This is a good setup. Unfortunately, we're buying it at a 3-year high, so that sucks. But looking at the previous price action of the stock, like this is significant news. Let me swap what we. Okay, we're on TOS right now. Yeah, look at the volume compared to previous volume. It almost looks like there aren't any other volume bars. So this has attracted a ton of interest. And you got to think about who's going to be buying stock in this company, right? A lot of EV companies, they're going to need these new batteries. So they're buying stock in this company just knowing that they're going to be buying shit from these companies in the future. So we're going to get on that. We'll let it run. I think it's going to run at least until market open. Gotta add CBAT to the watch list here. So now we're watching GE and CBAT. How's GE doing? GE's doing okay. Kind of slowed down a little bit. That's a bummer. So we're really hoping for a run on CBAT right now.
Novavax, ticker NVAX, company out with a press release highlighting it will present COVID-19, flu, and respiratory virus vaccine candidate data at the World Vaccine Congress, Washington 2020. That is running today. There's going to be a presentation on the company's COVID-19 vaccine. That'll be at 2:35 p.m. Eastern Time. And then on October 1st, the company will be presenting data, its phase 3 and beyond data for respiratory candidates, and also its NanoFlu, that's Novavax, ticker NVAX.
Target just hit a 52-week high. Not particularly sure why.
Sorrento Therapeutics, ticker SRNE, company out with a press release announcing results of its phase 1B trial for its osteoarthritis knee pain treatment. It's called RTX. Company highlighting there was no
SRNE is a press release for their osteoarthritis treatment.
Post-administration, company saying phase 1B safety data
Positive phase 1 results.
will be available
Doesn't really mean
for
that
all
much.
patients enrolled. Shares of Sorrento
It's probably going to move share price up a little bit, but I don't know whether or not it's actually going to hold on to that price.
November Echo.
CBAT is giving up some more ground, unfortunately. Let's hope it finds support here. It's kind of returning back to the point of control on the volume profile. Let's go back to TOS so you can see what I'm talking about. I'm looking at the 1 minute chart here. So the red line here is the point of control on the volume profile, which is typically a point of pretty significant support. Basically, that just means that's the densest area in the
Sonos,
volume
ticker
profile.
SONO, company announcing it will partner with Disney Plus to bring, quote, cinema quality sound home for The Mandalorian. Shares of Sonos moving a little higher here, ticker SONO.
Sonos just announced some partnership with Disney Plus. That sounds like another one I don't want to get involved in. Okay, so we did see a little bit more buy interest on CBAT around the point of control. You can tell just by the increase in volume here. Let's take a look at the level 2 data, see what's going on. Where's my time in sales? There's my time in sales. So we're looking on the time in sales to see where big buys and sells are happening. That 9,000 share sell does not bode well for our long position. They're taking it. Whoa, what the fuck? 26,000 share sell. Uh-oh. Small buys, too. Very concerning.
Ambo Education, ticker Alpha Mike Bravo Oscar, company out with a press release announcing an expansion of its strategic partnership with Amazon in digital professional education, training, and certification. Shares of Ambo indicated higher at $2 in pre-market action. Its ticker AMBO.
You know, these For those of you who don't really know how to read time and sales data, a lot of these like square 100, 200, 500 size trades are usually just HFTs, high frequency trading algorithms. So they're kind of meaningless. What we're trying to do is sort through particularly large trades or trades with that are just very odd lot sizes, like 1,752. That's a real trade. 4,000. That's a real trade. And we're just trying to get an idea of which direction these real trades are weighted in. We don't really care what the HFTs are up to. HFTs are just taking advantage of the spread. Anytime they see like a good opportunity, or if they buy, they can push the price up by a couple cents and then like sell a second later.
CE mark approval. That's ticker ABT.
See, HFT just unloaded right there. You could see just a wall of sales, all equal lot sizes. That was an HFT just dumping. Oddly enough, followed by a 1,000 lot buy. Now we got a long list of odd numbered buys there, so that bodes well for us. This $1,000 sell, that was the HFT. Just bought, sold, second later. There's another wall of HFT orders. $5,000 lot sell, that's kind of concerning. What was our entry price for this? CBAT at 330. Yeah. We might have to give up on this one soon. Hoping to catch a runner. Doesn't look like CBAT wants to run. Unfortunately, the battery development news just did not attract enough attention. I'm gonna get my sell order ready here. Unless we see some more support around this point of control. Those are pretty much my conditions for an exit, because if it doesn't find support here, it's just not going to find support anywhere. And oddly enough, this seems like a legit growing small cap company, so it's going to be really disappointing if this trade doesn't work out. I just don't want to be bag holding shares if it gets back down to like 1.25 or something like that. But you can see over the course of this company's life, like it does move up quite a bit when it moves up, but it does retain some of its share value. So there's legitimate investors here. It's not just a trading instrument. God, are we already 88 minutes into the stream? Holy shit, that went by so fast. Alright, I need to take a bathroom break. Let me swap you back to Benzinga real quick. You can watch the news for me. Be right back. Oh, what's up, Drew fam? Yeah, dude. A lot of times, when I'm like doing these intraday trades, I am using Webull. I've not been following SHLL for a while though. That was good for a couple bucks. Dude, CBAT's just giving up on us. This is sad. Are we below the point of control? Nope. Still no. Still holding on. What's Shell been up to though? Sorry, man. I'm just trying to figure out the best way to get music. Go away, go away. Just show me the graph. What did I do? No. Oh my god. There we go. Whoa, dude. SHLL is moving pre-market for sure. That was a good one. Wish I had caught that. You mean like market wide? Do we see a dip coming? Dude, the rally on SPX right now just seem almost like fishy. We got a $45 rally just in the futures and pre-market. I mean, it doesn't hurt my feelings because I'm in on like put credit spreads on a few big companies right now, but finally Discord's waking up. It's been sad. God, we'll have to see on that one. I mean, there's not much good news, so this rally doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me unless insiders know something we don't. We've kind of had a broader sell-off for the last week just based on the Federal Reserve kind of being unwilling to escalate their quantitative easing measures, and there's been a lot of gridlock in the government as to what to do with the next round of stimulus. So the rise right now does seem kind of irrational. What are we at right now? SPY up to 333. Yeah, that doesn't seem like deeply irrational to me yet. So there's a good chance that most of today is going to be bullish. What do you got money in this morning? I'm gonna have to start keeping an eye on SHLL. That's a pretty significant pre-market move. Oh, dude, you're still trying to play CCL? I'm not brave enough for that. Baba's a good one though. Baba's gonna be reporting earnings sometime in October. I forget the exact date. I was looking at it earlier. Baba almost always runs up pre-earnings. So that's definitely going to be one I'm going to be parking liquidity in. What's CCL been up to lately anyway? Any good news out of CCL? No, dude, they're just... like, even before coronavirus, it didn't really seem like CCL was in that great a shape. But it does seem to be, like, building a line of support here. Let me switch the view back to TOS so you can see what I'm talking about. So on the weekly chart here, obviously it just took this huge dive. Usually when a company takes a huge dive like that, it'll find its way back up a little bit eventually. It does seem to be finding like a small line of support just along this area. Let me see if I can draw it in. I'm so not used to the drawing tools. You know what? Let me just open up TradingView. This is making things difficult for myself. Oh shit, the actual market just opened. Game time, baby!
Good luck, everyone.
Alright, let's keep an eye on SPY here. We need to know which direction the market wants to go in this week. Yeah, I think Bob has struggled a lot just because Trump's getting back on his little, like, trade war. I don't know what you call it. We're back in the trade war cycle. I think it's kind of the government trying to distract from the coronavirus problem, but, you know, I don't know how long you've been trading, but probably about a year ago, it just became the most predictable cycle in the world where Trump would talk about the trade war, the market would sell off on all Chinese stocks, they'd act like they were about to have a resolution to the trade war, everybody buy back in. So I think we're just in that phase with BABA right now, where they're starting to talk about, trade negotiations not going that well. BABA's going to sell off a little bit. All of a sudden they'll be closer to a deal, and then BABA's going to head right back up. So yeah, right around this price level, there seems to be like a little bit of support building. Extended line, that's what I need. Right there. It's also starting to look like a typical conversion pattern now, so I'd be careful. What these like to do is kind of bounce around in this channel. People call them like bull and bear flags for some reason. The pattern trading I've never had much luck with. I wouldn't say I don't respect it, but it kind of feels like reading tea leaves or something to me. But this one pattern I've noticed in trading just appears everywhere, these convergent patterns. This is kind of what pricing in means. What you're probably going to see is this is going to bounce around in a narrower and narrower channel. And then eventually it's going to break out one way or the other. But you can play the channel in the short term. So what I'd probably do here is it might be a little bit late, but you could buy in here, sell off as you get close to the top of the channel, go short, and then there's about, I'd say, a 65% chance that it's going to reverse, hit the bottom of this channel again, sell off, and then that's about all realistically, that's about all the plays you can safely get out of this pattern. Because from here, what it might do is head back up, and then it's either going to break out here, where it just heads up a lot more and kind of establishes a new channel, or it's just going to break down and sink even lower. I don't see it sinking any lower at this point, just because it's already been beat up so much by the coronavirus epidemic, and like all the bad news on these cruise companies is already priced in. Like everybody knows that they're not operating right now, but they're still looking for possible entries. What's Baba been up to though? Oh, dude, so Baba's on a tear. It looks like a good entry right now. So we got a solid uptrend, and it's given up just a little bit of ground here. And I think its earnings is October 30th. So I would really expect like a run up at least to this previous high prior to earnings. Definitely gonna be parking a put credit spread on this one. Is it like gapping up today though?
S&P 500 futures breaking to a new session high over the 33.35 level. New session high is 33.39, up 1.5% for the session.
Yeah, it looks like it did gap up. Dude, what's with all the enthusiasm right now? Kind of freaks me out when we go into a Monday and the market is this enthusiastic.
Square shares now up about 3%, 162.94 last trade in ticker SQ.
Like either somebody knows something we don't, or people are just kind of like going into a frenzy dip buying. SPY is still on its way up. It's up another 50% since I last talked, or not 50%, 50 cents since I last talked about it. That's quite a move. All right, how's my GE doing? Ooh, GE's doing good, making some money. CBAT not so good. That's a disappointment. Dude, I think I'm gonna pair on GE and CBAT. What the fuck, CBAT? Yeah, so we're under the point of control on CBAT. I'm gonna lose money on that one. Not that much money. It looks like I lost about $50, which is what I've made on GE so far. So time to cut losses on CBAT. That's it. That should have been a win or two. That pisses me off a little bit. I mean, they got solid battery technology. The battery technology is in huge demand right now. What the heck? Alright, should we keep looking at intraday plays, or should I go back to my earnings analysis? I should probably check on Biopharma Catalyst, actually. It's been a while since I looked into that. Those are always nice, reliable plays. Let's take a look at a PDUFA calendar. Alright, so next month, more going on with ETON. I don't even follow ETON anymore. It seems like they've had so many misses. They're unlikely to get whatever it is they were trying to get approved. MESO, I don't know much going on with them. We're going to start looking a couple weeks out, though. I think we might be a little bit too late for the late September, early October plays. I want to see like the mid-October, late October plays. ZSAN, this is one I have not heard anything about. So they have a PUFA date for a migraine medication, Qtrypta. So that's a pretty big one. The market for migraine treatments is pretty huge. What is this company's market cap, though? They're trading at 1.7 right now. Market cap is 162 million, so they're not exactly small cap. That's a decent size. Let's see if they hold any other patents. Yeah, it looks like ZSAN isn't mentioned as a patent holder in any other company, so this is pretty much, they're just developing this drug right now, it looks like. That's it. And it's for cluster headaches and migraines, a huge market for that. And I mean, obviously previous trials must have went well if they have a PDUFA date coming up. That's a play. We're going to have to write that one down. We got a biopharma catalyst play. All right. I need to start writing these down before I forget them. I do all this analysis at like 4 a.m. And then I end up taking a nap and my mind just like erases. Okay, ZSAN, PDUFA date, migraine medication, and I think that date was on like October 28th or something like that. October 20th. So we have plenty of time on that one. That is an actionable play. So I gotta get a YouTube video on that one. Migraine medication, 1020. My big earnings this month are gonna be Microsoft, Apple, Amazon. Let's go back to Benzinga, check out the rest of them. Dude, I'll tell you what, the streamers who like legit do like 4 a.m. pre-market stream and like have the level of pep I see some of them have, it's unbelievable. It's truly a talent. I've noticed a lot of them are pretty low quality though. Like they don't actually talk about what their plays are, what they're doing, why they're doing it. It's just there's this one like trading fraternity. I want to throw shade at him, but that guy, man, like I watched his stream for like an hour one time just to get an idea of what like a good market stream looks like. I just could not fucking stand it. He's just way too high energy. Like, how can people put up with that at 4 in the morning? All right. Looking through October. Somehow we got up to December. Clear. Today to October. ExxonMobil, late October. They don't really have very predictable earnings movements, so I might take a pass on that. Maybe I'll sell a straddle or something like that. Alibaba, that's a great one. AMD, so hype. Love AMD. AMD. FireEye's a good one. I think national security is going to perform well coming up. Cybersecurity especially. Shop. Yes. Gilead Sciences. So biopharmaceutical company earnings dates tend to be kind of weird because nobody expects them to actually earn any money. So it's just kind of like an exercise. Southwest American Airlines, those are going to be interesting. They're going to be weird though, because I don't think anybody's expecting airlines to have a lot of earnings right now. So it's like if they report any earnings, it's going to have people really excited. Netflix, I kind of want to stay away from. Boeing, I do want to look into. JP Morgan. Potentially Lockheed Martin and Citigroup. And actually Zynga. I think Zynga's going to perform well. IHS market. What do you mean by that? Dude, Seabat almost entirely sold off all its gains. I don't really understand what's going on with that one because that's a legit news catalyst. I mean, it's a small cap company and you don't really have high expectations for them. And they legit, like, invented a new battery technology that improves the efficiency of batteries. And they just can't hold share value. There must be something we're missing there. People know more about batteries than us are not enthusiastic about this battery. Oh shit. Drew Fam called it. SPY is diving right now. Switch over to TOS and keep an eye on this.
Pfizer ticker PFE. Pfizer PFE, hearing the company has won an appeal over Biogen, ticker BII, multiple sclerosis drug. Tickers here PFE and Biogen BIIB.
Hold on a second. I need to see how I can actually get you guys like decent music on this stream. This is the first day actually trying out the stream, so we're experimenting with a lot of shit. MU gapped up and open dive too. This is so weird. This is market wide though. This is, oh shit, I need to pick up VIX calls. I'm gonna need a hedge.
Verizon knows how to build unlimited right. Start with America's most rewarding network, including best in entertainment, other plans to. Hey guys, it's Smartest Gaming. Thank you for watching. Today we're going to be taking a look at how to add background audio to your video. Now, first off, you're going to want to be sure that you have your video recording software. I use OBS, Open Broadcast Software. It's a free open source software. You can download it directly from your website, completely free.
Abinoa Therapeutics, ticker ABEO, shares to resume trade in a couple minutes here at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. Company earlier this morning announcing that its CEO, head of research and development, and CMO resigned, and shares were halted ahead of that news, and the stock set to resume trade again at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, ticker Alpha Bravo Echo Oscar.
Most of my stuff is, pretty short videos, so I can get away with just a latest song or two. So once you have the music source picked out, you're going to drop down, in OBS at least, you're going to drop down your mixer down here at the bottom of the screen. And as you can see, my mic is going. My levels are going up and down from my mic because it's currently working. Desktop audio is not doing anything because I don't have anything playing on my desktop.
So seeing an open dive on SPY. Yo, what's going on, Cappy Votes? What is this complicated thing? I don't understand. Where do I start, bro?
Vanilla ticker AVE.
We're just watching the markets. Are you a trader?
From about the 190 level down to 144, it's ticker Alpha Bravo Echo Oscar.
We're day trading right now. You're not a trader, you're just dropping in. So this is Thinkorswim. It's a trading brokerage. Is it fun to trade? It's profitable to trade. It's not always fun. It's kind of a waiting game. I mean, if you're interested in learning, we can talk about it. Basically, we are betting on the performance of particular companies at particular times. I kind of specialize at trading around earnings. So companies have to basically report how well they're doing to this organization. I scalp sometimes, not so much on this account though. This is kind of like an experimental YouTube account. Like, I didn't really want people to see my main account. So I started this account off at 10K, and you really can't scalp till you have like at least 25K. So we worked this one up on swing and earnings plays to 25K, so I can just now get into scalping. But the problem is I got to be really picky about my scalps, because if I get like 3 wrong in a row, this company's gonna be, or this account is gonna be under 25K again, and then I'll get a PDT flag, and they won't let me day trade at all. But as far as is it fun to trade? I don't know. I find it rewarding for sure. If you're looking to work without working, it's definitely the way to go. I specialize in kind of like earnings trades, so I just, 4 quarters out of the year, company reports to the SEC, which is the Security and Exchange Commissions, what their revenue and everything is. And we just take guesses on what their revenue and earnings are going to be. And if they do well, we make money. Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. So I'll tell you one we were doing earlier. We were looking at this company called McCormick. And we're just trying to figure out how McCormick is going to do. And I'll show you kind of the strategy here. Let's swap back to the browser real quick. Okay, so my first step to figuring out, dude, I don't know where you're coming at. Are you just looking to learn random skills? I mean, I guess this is a good one to learn, but dude, it's gonna be like boring and weird as shit if it's really your first time looking at, like, just a company's financials. But okay, this is where we start. Just go to Yahoo Finance. This is their EPS estimates. EPS stands for earnings per share, right? So it's the amount of money they're earning per share they sell. And like, these companies have to take guesses as to what their earnings per share are going to be before they call in and report them to investors. And when they beat, it tends to be a good thing. More people buy the company. It drives the stock price up. When they miss, it tends to be a bad thing. Which means, like, they guessed what their earnings per share would be, but their actual earnings per share were less than their guess. That tends to, like, scare a lot of people off, so they'll sell off. And then here's their financials, what they're reporting for their revenue and earnings, right? So this particular company, like, I'll show you a different one in a second, and you'll see what I mean. Like, the revenue and earnings haven't really gone anywhere. They've kind of stayed the same. Now let's look at Zoom. So Zoom was my big play. I made a lot of money off this recently. Come on, load up. They report quarterly, so they report 4 times a year. So Zoom, you can see here their EPS is just like it's going to the moon, like fucking blasting off. Not only are there like guesses of what their earnings are going to be going to the moon, but like you can see they just absolutely destroyed their guess. Like this empty blue circle, that's what they guessed it would be. This green circle up here is what it turned out to be. They had almost double the earnings per share that they thought they would. And this is their revenue and earnings. And you can see it's just like, it's a straight run up, dude. It's like going parabolic. Same thing with the quarterly. And their earnings are bigger than ever. The difference between revenue and earnings. Revenue is just the money they took in, right? Like, so say you're selling Girl Scout cookies or something like that. You sell them at $10 a box, right? You sell 10 boxes. So your revenue there would be like $100. Your earnings is basically the amount you took home from that. So say you pay $8 per those boxes. So your earnings there would only be $20. Your revenue would be $100. So an increase in revenue is cool, and then an increase in earnings is super cool. So this company post earnings, like just they went fucking straight to the moon. Surprised everybody, except for me. I fucking knew it would happen. I called it. So this MKC company, our play is a little bit more complicated because they're not really doing anything exciting, but they have earnings this week, so you know I'm always trying to make money. Anywhere where there's money to be made in the market, I'm trying to make it. So we're kind of in a sticky situation here because the revenue and earnings aren't really that impressive. They're saying their earnings per share are going to go up a little bit. They tend to beat, which is good, but they're also not growing that much. So I just don't expect a lot of people to be like rushing in trying to buy it. And then there's a couple other things we can look at. We can look at like the put to call ratios and try to figure out what other people are doing. Puts and calls are basically like bets. So a call is like a bet that'll go up, and a put is a bet that'll go down. And obviously, if there's like way more people buying puts, that means way more people are betting that the stock will go down. Yeah, I am trading derivatives. So I primarily trade options. I do trade stocks occasionally, but I primarily trade options. Options can be kind of scary for some people just because like the how would I put it? Like the stakes are a lot higher. It's a lot more leveraged. So, you can put like $100 into an option, and sometimes you get lucky and like you can pull $1,000 out. You can sell the option like a day later for $1,000 more. But obviously the risk of that $100 just being completely wiped out is a lot higher. I don't think stocks are as profitable, no. You have to have like a lot of money to make stocks profitable. And like I said, I started this account as kind of an experiment. There's just a lot of like bullshit on YouTube about like these Forex traders who can make like 3,000% a week if you just send them your money. It's just bullshit. And I kind of started this channel just to show people like what the real life of a trader is and how to like look into a stock and figure out what's going to do well and where to make your bets and how to make the right size bets. But if you're good at what you do, if you're good at figuring out what stocks are going to do and where they move, like options are the way to go. It's way more profitable. If you're not really that good at it, and you're still trying to figure it out, stocks is the better way to go. You'll make a lot less money, but you'll also lose a lot less money when you're wrong. And in the long run, stocks almost always go up if you're betting on good companies. Like you can buy Microsoft right now, and I guarantee you'll make money. I will guarantee you. I will give you money I'll give you all the money you lose if you buy Microsoft and in a year sell it off and you don't make money. You'd have to be trying to not make money. Options are a little bit more complicated because they're dated. Well, cool. Thanks, bro. How old are you? You should start getting into it if you're looking to, I don't know, save up some money. Shit, nobody in this country ever got rich by working. The younger you are, and the sooner you can get into understanding financial markets, and real estate's a big one too. Like, the better off you're gonna be. If you really focus on it, you can be like a millionaire probably by the time you're like 30, 35. LOL, bro, that is a fact. But I'd say like the big trick to it is if you're just getting involved, like what you should do is download Robinhood. And believe me, I hate Robinhood as a broker. Long term, you're gonna want to get away from Robinhood, but it's so easy to use. Deposit like $50, dude. Just like buy some Microsoft, buy maybe some Apple or something, and just like check on your stocks every day, and just get like used to thinking about like stocks and yeah, like learning how markets work. That's kind of what I'm getting to. Like, that's the first step. The next step is like figuring out your strategies as a trader. But if you download Robinhood, you put $50 in, you buy some like you can do fractional shares of Microsoft and Apple, and you just kind of like get in the mindset of thinking like every time you hear something in the news, like how is this going to affect the markets? And then once you really get like kind of in the stream of things, then you can start trading seriously. And that's when you start to make real money. Like one I just missed recently. I don't know how. I was so fucking stupid. I missed this one. But Tesla just had this big announcement about like some new batteries they were developing, right? Well, you could invest in Tesla, but everyone was already invested in Tesla. What the smart people did was they bought companies that mine lithium. You know why? Because you use lithium to produce the batteries that Tesla is making. How the fuck did I miss that? But that's just like how you kind of have to train yourself to think. Like, every time you hear a bit of news, how can I make money off this? And it's kind of like cynical a little bit. A lot of people will think like traders are bad people. Because like as soon as Hurricane Laura was coming around, and it didn't end up hitting land, but as soon as Hurricane Laura like started developing and the news was reporting on it, I was like, I need to buy lumber companies. Immediately, I was investing in lumber companies. Because what happens? Hurricanes hit land, they destroy people's houses, they need to repair the houses, they need to buy lumber to do it. So yeah, if you're looking to, I don't know, it's not 300 IQ, bro. Anybody can do this. That's kind of the point of the channel, dude. It's fucking, you go on YouTube and you start searching for stocks, and like half the ads you get are like, I'm a 500 IQ Mensa verified genius trader. Dude, like I'm maybe slightly above average. I don't know. I'm not that smart. You gotta get used to thinking like that. Treat it like a real-time strategy game, you know? I don't know if you guys play a lot of video games, but I'm big into real-time strategy. You know, if you play StarCraft or something like that, and you see your opponent fucking getting ready, buying a bunch of like fucking aerial bases so they can build up their aerial forces, what's your next move? Oh, best RTS, good question. I've been playing a lot of Northgard right now. I would not call it the best RTS though, it kind of pisses me off. But let me check out my Steam library. What one have I like been really enjoying playing? I can't get any of my friends to play RTS with me, unfortunately. No, dude, he just signed up with a PLL, dude. That was the play I was telling you I missed, and I'm pissed off about it. PLL is up 200% this morning. I should have known that was coming, and I fucked it up. So frustrated with myself. I'll show you. Let me get back to my browser here. PLL. Some
S&P 500 futures rebounding.
Piedmont Lithium Limited
25 level, now back
signed a
to
5-year
50
contract
level,
to supply
up 1.4%
lithium
from the
to
session, 335 last trade in
Tesla. It's gonna be
S&P 500
huge.
futures.
There it is. Oh, you're right. They are Australian, aren't they? Tesla inks 5 years supply deal with Australian miner to satisfy growing hunger for lithium.
NASDAQ
We missed it, bro. I should have seen that play coming.
AM Eastern time earlier, and shares remain halted with code circuit breaker on AMBO Education AM.
It's not too late, though. There's other lithium companies that are going to get hyped. I'm sure about it. And battery companies. I'm surprised CBAT is selling off so much right now. That's a little bit of a disappointment to me. But GE's doing alright. Yeah, dude. CBAT is back down to like $1.94. Fuck that. Oh my god. This company, PLL, though, is like. Their finances are a disaster. Look at this. Earnings just negative every year. I don't even think they technically have revenue. But hey, they're doing better, I guess. Only negative $500,000 in earnings this year, as opposed to negative $3 million in earnings in Q1 2019. So this company makes negative money. Oh shit, Discord's finally starting to wake up, like 2 hours late. Alright, let's get back to Benzinga, see what's new in the news. Anything we can trade on. So, some big order on Delta Airlines calls, which is interesting. I would assume that big firms are probably thinking that airlines are going to perform better than people think. What is the news with the stimulus? A lot of analysts are saying that retail is trading higher on renewed stimulus hopes, but I haven't heard any progress on a stimulus agreement. I don't know, man. OU Discord's been really quiet lately. It's kind of sad. What's up with PLL? Is PLL dying off right now? Oh, it's doing. Holy shit. Look at that. Hold on. Let me go back to TOS real quick. Look at this gap up on PLL from like $10 a share to 35 overnight. I wish we had gotten that news faster, bro. That's so sad. Opportunity missed. There's always going to be more, though. Worst thing you can do as a new trader is get caught up in that FOMO, because there's always a new industry being hyped. Always some new company that's just way overvalued. And, there might be an entry coming up on PLL, because I don't think this is going to be the end of it. Like a 5-year contract to supply lithium with Tesla is going to be fucking huge. As soon as that gigafactory is built too, whoo! Dude, this company's going to have to do so much to scale. I think we looked at the market cap earlier, and it was only like $100 million market cap, which is relatively small company, especially for the amount of lithium Tesla is going to need supplied. And if they have this infrastructure, and it's an existing infrastructure, they're going to be a leader in the industry, because there aren't a lot of big lithium mining companies right now. So it's like all these Chinese EV companies, they're probably going to go to PLL for the lithium too. GM is converting to a lot of electric vehicles pretty soon. GM, if you're looking for a long-term investment in EV, GM actually might not be bad, because they're doing a lot more work to convert to EV than Ford. Ford is honestly just going to go bankrupt again. That company's such a piece of shit. Yo, quick question. Can you guys hear my music all right? I'm trying to set that up so we can have some decent lo-fi music in the background. Dude, you guys should check out the price action on MU right now. MU's going nuts. Nobody knows what to make of MU earnings, which is great for me because I went short on an iron condor. I love the volatility. Okay, cool. It's decent quality. Awesome, thank you. Holy shit, SPY sold off and then just rallied up to 344, dude. This is nuts. This feels like insider buying to me. Dude, somebody knows something. I'm telling you right now, somebody knows something. It's not a conspiracy. These funds legit have, they all have lobbyists who all talk to senators. And over the weekend, they go out and they get drinks and they golf together and shit. And, they get little hints hey, we're getting pretty close to a stimulus. And then you get Mondays like this where you're just what the fuck is going on with SPY? Kappa, honestly, what you're doing right now is the best thing. Just communicate with other traders and just try to just pick up on their thought process. You know what I mean? Because most of these trading books are full of shit. I read a lot when I first started to get into trading. And if you want to get into trading options, there is a book on Black-Scholes options valuation that I think is important. You should understand underlying how options are priced. But as far as trading, it's just an instinct you have to develop, and you develop that just by being around other people who are just like thinking about the markets constantly and just like trying to pick up on their ideas and then like just trying to contribute what ideas you have. Because like I miss this lithium play, dude, and I'm sure there's somebody else in the chat who called it out too.
Stock's still up 2.3% for the CSLA.
So I opened up the bottom CG Dodds. I opened up the bottom part of my iron condor this morning, meaning I opened up the put credit spread. Now that it's rallied up a little bit, I think I'm going to be trying to open up the top part of my iron condor, the call credit spread. I'm kind of building it like piece by piece. Yeah, the market's acting so wonky right now. You have to be extra careful about how you handle these positions. And what I'm really hoping MU does not see some like crazy rally prior to earnings, because that'll just kill my earnings play. Because I really want to go for that call debit spread still. I'm still a little tilted from that fucking Netflix play, bro. What is this? What are you linking me to? Hey, that's me, bro. All right, I need to go get more ice for my tea, otherwise I'm gonna fall asleep here. I'll be right back.
Fox ticker FOXA seeing some unusual option activity here. The $24 puts expiring October 23rd, seeing interest near the bid.
Oh, why, thank you.
Fox last trading at 27.43, ticker FOXA.
There's still a lot of shit I gotta figure out about streaming. It's kind of a different game than making YouTube videos, you know what I mean? Apple's seen a lot of call sweeps. That's interesting. People feeling pretty bullish about Apple's. GE saw a couple call sweeps at open. So that's good news for our GE position. Looks like GE is showing like a decent amount of price strength post open too. So what I'm gonna do is, I think I got in at like 622. I want to lock in those profits, so I'm gonna set a stop at like 626. I'm going to be super sad if that hits my stop and then GE moves back up.
Ambo Education, ticker AMBO, shares resume trade here. halted on a circuit breaker immediately upon resumption. Shares up 191%.
Really?
AMBO.
You just drop in like random Twitch channels? That's kind of cool. What, who did like a day trading thing? I don't really have high hopes for this stream, to be honest. I don't know how many people are into options trading. Like, it's kind of a niche within a niche. Oh, Earnings Earl, dude. I'm actually friends with him. He's a good guy. Alright, so let me swap over to TOS so you can see what I'm doing right here. So, we bought in our GE at like 623. It seems to be doing pretty well so far. I went ahead and put in a stop at 626 just so I can lock in a little bit of profit. We're hoping it bounces off this this moving average right here, finds its way up. You know, I'm kind of playing this one careful, more careful than I normally would, because I don't want to get stuck back holding GE. Yeah, Earl's been busy studying for his like Series 7 or something. Part of me really wants to scalp SPY right now, but this early market movement is just so weird. I wouldn't even know where to start. It's like a freaking 1.5% move over the course of like 10 minutes. Dude, I'm telling you, they're gonna announce a stimulus today or something. It's almost like the market wanted to sell off, but like insiders knew something was going on, so they just put in huge buy walls. Oh shit, the presidential debate is tomorrow. Yeah, now is the time to pick up VIX calls. If they're not already overpriced.
Ambo Education AMBO shares resuming trade here, touching a session high at 630. Now pulling back to around the $5 level with ticker AMBO.
So it looks like the VIX is on the lower end. And this is this kind of convergent pattern I was talking about earlier. Let's see if I can draw it in on the weekly. So I would expect the VIX to pick up a little bit. Let me just swap back to trading view.
Shares are halted on a circuit breaker, now resuming trade, pulling back from above the $7 level. Shares of Urban One down 0.6% at 652 last trade. Ticker UONE. Urban One shares now halted on a circuit breaker to the downside. Ticker UONE.
All right, so looking at the VIX, I mean, it's still up there. This was the initial rise from the pandemic. It's obviously been kind of like trending down since. It looks like it's finding a little bit of support at the 25.6 level. It doesn't seem like a play where the risk to reward makes a lot of sense, but you gotta hedge. And, obviously I made the mistake last week of hedging a earnings play with another earnings play, which was just so stupid, but he didn't get caught for tax fraud.
LX shares down about a percent.
He
Over the last 20 minutes,
he just only paid like $750 in federal income tax, which, I mean, the tax loopholes he used are pretty well known. It's like Mitt Romney used them. Almost everyone in business uses the same silly freaking tax loopholes that Trump does. I think as a businessman, it really, it's almost kind of like a meaningless report, but as a politician, it kind of pisses people off. Because it's like the guy's a billionaire, but he pays $750 in federal income tax. But when you get that rich, he probably doesn't even pay himself a salary. Most of what he gets is probably in, what do they call it? When they compensate you through shares, like stock options. I don't know. It's kind of a non-story, I think.
Biogen, ticker BIIV, unusual call activity
Biogen is apparently getting some unusual call buying activity right now. I wonder what that's about. They just gapped up. I'm not sure if they had any news. This call sweep's coming in on everything today, though. This is fishy. This is so fishy. There's a Biogen option alert. Does the company have any significant news? Damn, dude, time actually goes by pretty fast when you're streaming. I assumed I'd only do this for pre-market, but I mean, like, this is pretty much what I do every day anyway, so it's kind of like having people around to, like, ask questions and give insight into their trades actually just makes this more interesting. Makes it a little bit easier to just like read this blank black and white newsfeed all day. Yeah, dude, another call sweep coming in on NVIDIA. This is call sweeps on everything. The level of market optimism right now is super unusual. Better keep an eye on SPY. SPY in the VIX. So it looks like GE is holding a little bit of price strength just above where I put my stop, which is good news for me. My stop is at 625. Current market price is at 627. What I'd like to see is a couple green bars here, just so we can confirm that this uptrend is continuing, and we need green bars with volume. Doesn't mean anything if it doesn't have volume. And it looks like we are getting a little bit of volume on this one, so keep an eye on the time and sales, see what's going on. Once again, if you're trying to learn to read TNS, what we're looking for is pretty much only like large orders in excess of 500. Usually orders sub 500 are just just HFT bots. Like, you see this immediate buy and sell for 300. You could tell that was an HFT. They were just taking advantage of the spread. So we got 4,500, 3,200, 1,700 sells. That's a little concerning. I might move my stop up here like a penny, just because the time in sales doesn't really look that good for me right now. I want to go for 626. Ah, shit. No. I'm gonna move my stop up to 626. What I'm trying to do is keep it right along this moving average here. Because I think if we're uptrending, we should stay above this moving average. If we hit this upward pink moving average, we might take profit. Yeah, oh shit, that's right. Not only that, but they have earnings, so they're hitting their earnings really hard, I think, by releasing their two new GPUs. I think their earnings report is end of October, maybe October like 30th or something like that. So that's exciting. Like, definitely put credit spreads or call debit spreads. Makes sense a lot on NVIDIA. I bet it is, dude. Do you see the price action on SPY right now? It's just so
The Peck Holding Company ticker
whipsaw today.
spiking over the 550 level here over the last 9 minutes. Shares now up 30% for the session. 689 last trade in ticker PECK.
Dude, the pre-market was so quiet too. Now everything's just going wild.
PECK shares halted up 34%. Papa Echo Charlie Kilo. Shares of Sunworks, ticker SUNW. Shares also moving higher here. This is a sympathy move with Peck. Those companies had proposed a merger back earlier in 2020. Ticker Sandy Uniform November Whiskey. Shares now up 14%.
SUNW is apparently trading 14% higher right now on a rumor of a merger with Peck. Neither one of those are companies I follow that much. I also don't see why two pieces of shit companies merging really affects the share price of either company, but there's a lot of market optimism surrounding that right now for some reason or another. So if you're looking for another good intraday trade, that might be one. Just try to find a good entry and stop out if it doesn't go your way.
option activity here. The June 185 calls with interest at the bid. Shares of EPS trading up 3% today, 171.35. Last trade in ticker Uniform Papa Sandy. SPI Energy, ticker SPI, shares running here up 11%. Volume coming into the issue here. Sandy, Papa, India.
SPI moving up. I don't see any significant news on SPI though. Nope. Sounds like we closed for GE.
SPI Energy.
Yep, GE sunk just a little bit.
and
Took
Sunworks
profit on that
both
one.
though
Not really too brokenhearted about it. Made a little bit of money.
electric vehicle sympathy moves.
Not quite the runner I was hoping for, but we were right. It moved up after market open. Looks like the whole market is going off and going into like sell-off mode again. VIX is spiking, MU is selling off. I'm still sitting on a General Mills position from last week.
SPI
It
Energy
looks like
shares
it's
halted
it's
on
doing pretty
Tuesday
well.
here. The stock halted up 14.2% at 11.41. Expect shares of SPI Energy to resume trade at 10:56 and 42 seconds a.m. Eastern Time. Ticker
SPI just got halted, up 14%. We'll have to take a look at that. I want to see if there's any news behind that. Oh. I don't see any news behind SPI, which makes me very suspicious. Alright, GE, you're officially off our watch list. You did good. You made me like $50. That's apparently all we can ask of you. Woo! Alright, let me switch over to TOS. The fucking time and sales over here on SPI is nuts. It's nothing but buys. Nothing but buys. Oh my god. Okay, few sales, but like the upward pressure on SPY right now is so insanely high. It looks like the market maker isn't even fucking around with it.
For the session, ticker OXBR.
Dude, look at this weekly. What happened yesterday? It was at $46. Do we get in on this? Like, I know it's pure hype. I know it's pure hype. But do we get in on this? The temptation is real. I think I'm going to take it. We're going to keep our position size small, though. For a lot of 100, we're looking at about 1,700. No, $1,172.
Tech ticker PECK shares resume trade. Stock up 42% at last check. That's ticker PECK.
I'm going to have my stop order on this like ready though. 1022 stop order. That looks good. We'll start it off there. So we have our buy order. we're doing a limit higher than the current market price. Actually, we'll keep it. Sometimes volatility increases after these halts, and you can pick it up like pretty low in the previous candle. So we're going to try that. And then, like I said, I want to have my stop order ready, because we have no idea where this is going. There's no news on this SPI company, so this is pure hype. Actually, we'll do a trail stop. And we're going to trail by 75 cents. That should be where the average true range is. It looks like we resumed, and we did not get a fill.
SPI Energy
So we're going to move up.
shares resuming trade here. Stock now up 15% from
We're
session
in.
in Papua, India.
Come on, buddy. All right, we're still moving up. That's good for us. Trail stop. At 75 cents. Confirm and send. Come on, SBI, run. Okay, this is concerning. All of a sudden, the time and sales looks like shit, and we immediately stopped out. Wow. Oh. That's all right. That's only like a $50 loss. Watch it reverse now, though. Had we been more patient about that one and waited till we hit this moving average for an entry, it looks like we would have had a lot safer entry. But based on the time and sales at this point, it looks like there's a good chance that this is just going to fade. I mean, when you see these just gigantic walls of red orders come in, and the only green orders we're seeing are like 100s, 10s, things like that, which are just the HFTs like we talked about earlier, it doesn't really bode well for the direction the rest of the day for this company. it looks like SPY has kind of found the range that it wants to play in for the day. It'll be interesting to see if we find support here. That way we can kind of establish like a weekly regression channel. We're hoping we see something like this. So if we can go to the options order book and check it out real quick, but a PCS at like 320, maybe, yeah, 323.19, maybe even as low as 317 might make a little bit of sense here. Since it seems like we've confirmed some level of support at the bottom of this regression channel. But that really depends on the risk to reward we're getting on the options chain. October 2nd, so this still has some time on it. So let's look at my probability here. Yeah, that channel I drew, that's just called a regression channel.
Company shareholder vote took place today at 9:30.
Yeah.
Shares of Shell up about 6% for the session. 46.90.
Yeah, if you understand a little bit about statistics, it's definitely going to help you trade in general and then trade in options, definitely. So what I'm going to be looking at here with SPY is the implied move, which is basically like the move implied from the options pricing. And we're looking at 1 standard deviation moves right now. So for the September 30th expiry, 1 standard deviation move downwards. You can see up here the probability range 68.27%, which if you remember from statistics happens to be 1 standard deviation. So there's a 68% likelihood that SPY by the 30th of September will finish or will close higher than 326.39. So what we were looking at with our regression channel was that there was some support around 323. So actually, if we go, yeah, what I'd like to do is I'd like to place my orders 1 standard deviation away. That way, when I do my trading journal, I can actually accurately calculate my edge. So if I'm always doing 1 standard deviation away, but I'm winning like 85% of my trades, then you can tell that I've got my edge. Because, like, you know, purely on statistics, I should only be winning 68% of my trades. But if I'm winning 85% of them, then that means I have about a 17% edge over the statistics. My analysis gives me a 17% edge. But for that particular trade I was thinking about doing on SPY, it doesn't really make a lot of sense because the support I see is at 323, but statistically we shouldn't see below 326. So my risk to reward when I actually go look at the options, I can tell you already without even looking at them, it's not really going to make a lot of sense. So let's look at the September 30th. I might do the October 2nd too.
A few minutes ago. And the merger with Hyliion was approved. However, a company will be delaying a vote until Wednesday of this week. That's ticker SHLL.
Dude, my poor little laptop is struggling so much to do the stream. Alright, so if we were to sell a vertical here, let's see what our max profit and max loss is. So our max profit is 130, our max loss is 870. Now, ideally, on any position I would take, just to make sure I was actually getting a good deal on it, I would want my max profit to max loss ratio to be somewhere around 1 to 4 minimum. Sometimes I take a 1 to 4.5 if I felt very strongly about it. 1 to 3 is great. 1 to 2 is almost impossible to find. And this one does not quite meet the criteria. Now, if I wanted to just go for the 1 standard deviation, which I don't really like because I don't see a lot of buy support around there, I could go for the 326, which is by the current pricing assumed to be a 1 standard deviation mode, which would mean I'd have a 68% chance of winning here just purely on statistics.
And shares up,
And
of course, moving higher following that information. Shares up 9%, ticker W.
that'd be 190 max profit, 810 max loss. So that almost makes sense. If I could get a good fill, where my max profit would be somewhere around like 220, I might go for that. So let's see what I'd have to set my limit price to for this to make sense. Yeah, I'd be looking for like a 22-cent credit. Oh yeah, with the 22-cent credit, it actually makes a lot more sense because then my max profit is 220, my max loss is 780. I'm still not a big fan of that trade though. I'm not going to go for it. Yeah, so Fibonacci is kind of going into the branch of technical analysis, which there's you'll hear a lot of different opinions about technical analysis. Some people will say it's like reading tea leaves or something like that, and to some extent they're right. There's a lot of people who use technical analysis, and they some of the shit they go into with it is just like ridiculous. But I will show you what they mean. Actually, let me do it on TradingView because TradingView works a lot faster and it's a lot prettier. But it can be really useful for kind of when there's like a big market-wide panics. I find Fibonacci analysis to work the best because it becomes far more about sentiment than it does about fundamentals when people are just panicking. So let's check out a chart on SPY. I'll show you what I mean. I like using Fibonacci or like golden mean based analysis when like all other forms of analysis are just out the window. Nobody really knows what's going on. Where is it? So here's kind of a standard Fibonacci retracement where we take the top and bottom of a pretty significant movement. And you can see as like market price approaches particular levels within these retracements, you'll see that the chance of reversal or like a change in price action gets higher. Like, all right, so we saw this initial crash down. It got to the top of this channel. It had to retest the lower support. Then it kind of like charged through. And then as it got to this channel, it had to bounce up and down between this support and resistance, this key Fibonacci level. And then it moved up and it kind of gapped up above this one. So it's not like an exact science a lot of the times. But you can see as it like approached this Fibonacci level, it also found quite a bit of resistance, had to retest lower supports. Now we're moving up, and we're basically finding our way into, like, we're back at like all-time highs, so the territory is getting a lot more uncharted. It becomes a little bit more difficult to predict what's going to happen at the, like, all-time highs. But when you are trying to map a recovery, like the most recent recovery, you can read through all my technical analyses on SPY during the initial coronavirus crash, and I called this 219 level pretty much exactly, and a ton of people on Reddit gave me like tons of shit for thinking you could predict these kind of things with technical analysis when you totally can if you're good enough at it. But then, I mean, it doesn't stop there. That's just a typical Fibonacci retracement. You can also, let's see, how else we can use Fibonacci's here. Time zones. That's another particularly popular one. The, Fibonacci time zones tend to be really helpful when you're doing like Elliott wave analysis, just to figure out when particular like waves are going to begin and end. I'm not very good at Elliott wave analysis, nor do I believe in it very much, but some traders swear by it. Let's see, how about a Fibonacci spiral? Yeah, I don't know. It's been a hot minute since I did real deep technical analysis on SPY. It's been kind of difficult lately just because the Federal Reserve has been printing so much money. It's like the markets just have not been acting normally. You wonder when we're going to see like a significant capitulation. Um, you mean based on the Fibonacci retracement? Yeah, I mean, I think you could make a good argument that we should be revisiting supports at around like 313. But the thing is, you also have to price in how news catalysts are going to shift everything. So, if we get down to like 314 and they announce a stimulus, then all of a sudden, like the bar moves up for everything. It just it like moves the basement up. Because you got to consider the Federal Reserve is printing like what, $1 trillion a week. So that basically increases our inflation by like 3%. So you just got to keep moving this up like 3% more, and then 3% more, and then 3% more, till it gets to the point where it becomes really difficult to find where the actual support levels are. Like I said, man, like the best way is to just interact with other traders, like what you're doing right now. Just talk to people, figure out what their methods are, and then like just try to figure out what's effective for you. Like when you start off with the momentum indicators, like let's see if we can put a MACD on here. I think that's the best place to start is with your momentum indicators. So MACD's super easy to read. And I'm a pretty big fan of momentum indicators. Basically, the MACD, when it's red, right? The histogram is red, you're in a downtrend. When it's green, you're in an uptrend. And it just makes it really easy to see kind of what's going on with the momentum of the market. And like I said, I see that conversion wave pattern everywhere. And you can see we had this big wave down, this big wave up, small wave up, small wave down, and then it just keeps getting like smaller and smaller and smaller. Now all of a sudden we have this big wave down on the MACD, and you can see the MACD is starting to kind of converge upwards. So we can kind of expect like a fairly big bullish movement coming up, and it's probably gonna like set itself up again where we have an initial big wave down, big wave up, smaller, 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 till it converges, and then eventually has to break out one way or another. But yeah, if you're looking for a good place to kind of get started on technical analysis, I think TradingView is really nice. They have like a free plan that works well enough for anything you're gonna want to do at first, and then just experiment. And I think I got a video out, like Introduction to Indicators. You can check that one out. The two basic types of indicators are going to be momentum indicators, and then what's the other one? I can't think right now. I'm so tired. Momentum indicators, and then leading indicators. Leading indicators are like RSI, KDJ. Momentum indicators are like MACD and Arun. So the momentum indicators tend to reliably predict trends or identify trends, not predict them, but they're slow. Leading indicators tend to identify good entry points and trends a lot faster than your momentum indicators, but they also tend to have a lot of signal noise problems. And what that means is you'll get like a bullish signal on the indicator, and then the market will just go in the complete opposite direction. The other neat thing about TradingView is, don't get lost in it too much, but people kind of publish their ideas on TradingView, so you can get an idea of how other people are using technical analysis. Let's see if there's anything published recently for SPY. Yeah, so you can check out the ideas and just see how other people are approaching technical analysis, and just some of these people are just so inexperienced and they're just fucking drawing random shit on a graph. So take them all with a grain of salt. But every now and then you do spot one that looks like particularly interesting, and just try to like remember the predictions people made with a particular set of indicators, and then just see if they turned out accurate. And if they did, there's something to their technique. Hold on, I'll link you to my Reddit profile real quick, and then you can check out my SPY technical analysis. Oh, you're not wasting my time, dude. Like I said, I'm just watching Benzinga 90% of the day. Kind of gives me something to do while I wait for shit to happen in the market. I just got to remember to look at MU every now and then, because that's the big play I want to get into. It looks like MU is finding some pretty significant resistance at 49.69. So if it gets back just above $49, I'm going to open up the call credit end of my short iron condor. Okay, so here's my Reddit profile, and I did a lot of technical analysis during the initial crash of like the coronavirus pandemic that turned out to be pretty accurate. And if you read through those, you should get an idea of what my approach is. I plot support and resistance primarily using a technique called accumulated volume, which is basically I just look for points where there's been a lot of high volume in the past. And the idea being that markets repeat themselves a lot. If there was a lot of buyers at a particular price level in the past, there's probably going to be a lot of buyers at that price level again. And, not only is that a technical way of viewing things, that's a very fundamental way of viewing things. A lot of these banks and institutional investors, they have price targets for these equities, right? They release these every now and then. You'll hear like Merrill Lynch upgrades UPS price to $210 or something like that. That means that any price below $210, Merrill Lynch, this billion-dollar investment company thinks that UPS is worth buying. So, you know, if you go and you look and you use your technical indicators and find that there's a lot of support at 210, and Merrill Lynch happens to think that UPS is worth buying at 210, then you've combined your technical and fundamental analysis to find a good entry point for yourself. I think my best advice is just don't get discouraged, because no one technique works 100% of the time. Ooh, I'm glad we got out of that G for a little bit of profit. It looks like G is just not going anywhere for the rest of the day. Dude, my squawk's been quiet. What's going on?
touching a new session low. Session low was 492.62. Shares rebounding back over the 495 level. The stock is down about 0.2% today. Ticker ZM.
ZM hitting a session low. Not really sure there's any news driving it down. Might be a good entry point if you're bullish on Zoom. Dude, so many call sweeps coming in for everything. This is weird. This is definitely going to be like a very high volatility week, and I'm not sure why people are so bullish. I really want to see what goes on with this debate before I take any big positions. I mean, I'm doing the MU play no matter what. I'm excited about the MU play. But as far as everything else, it feels like one of those weeks you're just going to need to hedge. Let's see what the PC ratio on Apple is. .4, drifting down, looking pretty bullish. I think people are expecting a pretty bullish earnings. Apple's coming off a low too, so that might be a good PCS to open today. Hey, am I bugging you? Huh? Streaming. Yeah, say hi. Yeah, actually, I originally started this stream as like a programming stream. I think I'm gonna do that every now and then. I just think my audience who watches all my trading stuff would be pretty disappointed. But I do a ton of shit. I mean, play guitar, programming. What else do I do? I mean, obviously, like the video editing. I feel like all that takes up a lot of my time. How about you? Got any programming projects you're working on right now? CBAT back down to 223. CBAT, you let us down today. PLL holding strong, 3215. SHLL killing it. Dude, math is such a useful skill. I remember being in high school and like thinking like, when am I ever gonna use this? And like literally the only thing I studied in college that I still use to this day is like calculus. Programming is a really useful skill too, though. Are you in school right now, or are you just learning as a hobby?
Sky Solar Holdings, ticker SKYS, company out with a statement here commenting on unusual trading activity. Company reiterating previously announced deal of Square Acquisition Co., highlighting that $6 per ADS value. Sky Solar saying the merger has not yet been completed because the company was informed that Hudson Capital Solar filed a winding up petition in respect of Sky Solar. Sky Solar saying despite the developments outlined, the company's ADSs have traded substantially higher than that $6 value. The company, quote, advises investors to carefully consider the company's disclosure before making any investment decision regarding the ADSs. That's ticker SKYS. Shares down 10.5% for the session today, 894 last trade in SKYS.
Oh yeah. Dude, honestly, I feel like I learned a lot more in community college than I did in state college. My first 2 years, I went to community college, and my teachers were all really cool, and the classes were really small. And then when I got into state university, it really doesn't seem like they give a shit. Especially like in the upper level math classes, like calculus. Like these classes are literally only there to like fail students out who think they want to do like pre-med or something like that, or engineering. Pretty much everything I learned really going to like state university was everything I learned was through like Khan Academy. Zero thanks to my teachers for learning anything. The whole like college system is in desperate need for like a serious disruption too. Like I feel like there's gonna be a company that's basically becomes like the Uber for college or something like that, and just all like half the colleges in the country are just gonna go bankrupt. I mean, why do people need to like attend live lectures anymore? Like the best teachers in the country can just record their lectures and people can just buy them. There's no need for live lectures. There's the whole networking aspect you kind of miss out on, but I mean, if you have like the mindset of networking, you're gonna find a way to network no matter what. It doesn't matter if you're at a college campus. And like we call it networking, it's so loosely networking. It's just like you're getting drunk with kids and then hoping that like 5 years later they find a job at their dad's company and they can get you hired. I found it to be pretty much a waste of time myself. So MKC is definitely tempting me with a possible entry here. We already kind of did the DD, and it seems like calls are the move. I could do a credit spread in the run up to earnings because I think it will run up to earnings. And then just collect on Theta Decay. A little bit of Ivy Crush. Close the day before earnings. But I think that earnings is actually like before market open tomorrow. So that kind of throws a wrench in that plan. Let me double check that. Oh yeah, they're before market open Tuesday, so I would have to open that position tonight. So it's gotta be calls. At market close, it's gotta be calls. Be right back. Bathroom break. So we might have to like low key mix in some like Among Us in the stream at some point. Feeling out the finance live stream, it seems like it would pretty much just drive people crazy to like watch graphs with me for 8 hours straight. But that's mostly what this job is, watching graphs and news. What the hell is Dorm and why is it at a 52-week high?
Ticker November. $55 puts with interest near the bid. Shares of Verizon up 0.5% at 59.69. Ticker VZ.
Bunch of puts coming in at Verizon. Looks like $55 puts, sweep near the bid. Bought at 6.71 cents a piece. Interesting. I don't really know. I don't follow Verizon enough to have any idea why that could be happening. Bunch of calls coming in on Facebook. Oracle's getting a lot of call sweeps. I'm pretty sure their deal to purchase TikTok got approved. And a federal judge just recently overturned the ban on TikTok. ORCL, I should add that to my watch list actually. Keep an eye on that. They might be a good candidate for a credit spread, depending on their price stability over the last couple months. Last time I looked at Oracle, it looked like they were showing pretty significant or pretty consistent growth, in addition to the possibility of them buying out TikTok pretty soon. The problem is, like, when it comes to the buying TikTok deal, you really can't time the deal. And I don't see them, like, capitulating significantly even if the deal doesn't go through. Like, they're a strong company that offers many other products. It really doesn't matter in the long run whether or not they purchase TikTok. So, you know, your worst case scenario if you sell like a put credit spread there is you just have to collect on theta and it takes forever. Your best case scenario is they end up buying TikTok, they rally, and you know, you hit your max profit on your put credit spread the next day. This is such a weird day so far though. I hate to be a disappointment, but I find it unlikely that I'm actually going to buy into anything today other than managing this my spreads on MU. So I already have the put credit spread end of the Iron Condor I want to do, the short Iron Condor. Now I'm just looking for a good place to open the call credit spread. Huh? Yeah, it's on. I'm going to stop probably 9 o'clock though, just so you know. Oh, people in the OU community Discord are actually awake. Holy shit, the dark pool orders for Zoom are nuts. So by the sounds of it, Workhorse is moving right now. This is more EV hype though. Oh yeah, Workhorse is going nuts. PLL is actually showing a surprising amount of price strength at this level. I expected them to give up a lot more ground, but they seem to be holding pretty steady around the $30 range. So if they get back down to $30, I might take an entry in that. Alright, let's go back to the news, see if we can find anything moving. Micron Technology option alert, October 16th, $50 calls at the bid. So they sold the calls. What that means when they buy at the, or when they're sold at the bid is like somebody sold into the bid price. So somebody's pretty confident that MU is not going to get above $50, which I kind of agree with. Considering on my call debit spread, I wanted to sell the $50 calls and buy the 47.5 calls. Apple option alert, October 16th, 114 call sweep near the ask. Been seeing option alerts on Apple all day. People are definitely showing a lot of confidence that Apple is about to turn around. I'm not sure why either. Does Apple have some kind of like upcoming news? I guess there's one easy way to check that, and that's to search my news feed. Oh my god, look at all these call sweeps. Call sweep, call sweep, call sweep, call sweep. Dude, that's like all that's on the news feed for Apple is just call sweeps. What is going on? Dude, it would be interesting if they actually took Mark Cuban's idea on this use it or lose it stimulus. It's kind of a good idea. So, if you guys haven't heard about this, Mark Cuban proposed this idea where basically you'd be given like a government like credit card as opposed to unemployment money or something like that. And they give you like I think $800 a week or something like that, and you have to use it all, right? So at least it's injecting liquidity into the economy. And if you don't use the entire balance of the credit card, then it just like goes away. Yeah, $1,000 stimulus checks to be sent to every house in America. The checks would be sent every 2 weeks for the next 2 months. And you either use it or they clear the balance. It's a pretty good idea. Because the problem we're having right now, and I'll look up what the exact statistics are, is the M2 money supply is increasing. And if you're not familiar with what that is, the M2 money supply is basically the entire money supply, including that in savings accounts. And the problem is when people just get money and they put it in their savings accounts is it kind of reduces the flow of money in the economy. And you can see it, like right now, it's spiked up significantly. I mean, you expect the M2 money supply to increase steadily over the years, but like this spike ever since coronavirus and stimulus, nobody's spending money. It's all just staying. There's no added liquidity to the market. So, in summary, that's why Mark Cuban's idea with the use it or lose it stimulus is actually a pretty good idea. Because sooner or later, this increase in money supply is going to become a real inflationary problem. Alright guys, 9 o'clock. Thank you for watching the stream. I'm going to have to start working on YouTube videos pretty soon. In addition to that, I want to go get breakfast. So I will probably see you guys tomorrow if you want to hit up the stream again. Yeah. So once again, thank you so much for watching. I will talk to you all later. Hope you enjoyed it.